Okay, good morning. So we're going to be doing, I think, the final or second to final push on Spacetime DB. So today we're going to be setting up, I'd say, two fairly interesting systems. Um, let's walk through it. So we need to set up a couple inventories. The first one is going to be the personal inventories for each one of the players. The second one is going to be the marketplace that things can be purchased and bought from. And then we're going to have the mailbox inventory, which is going to receive the receipts or the items themselves that may be getting purchased or traded between players. The idea is we already have a mass system. I should actually, I'll show what I've been up to. I didn't stream yesterday, but it was mostly just, it was mostly just me doing the Tango with various forms of authentication. So give me 1 sec. Let's not change anything here. I'll just run. He is running, right? I guess. Well, I don't see Unity anywhere. Nope, Unity is not running. Okay, 1 sec. But this is going to be the final push on this. This is going to be where we effectively make all of the systems that I feel need to be made before Wednesday, where I'm going to be taking the architecture here, making it an official architecture, and then presenting it to the fine folks that could utilize this. So we're going to be tomorrow, if I do stream, it's going to be doing some. So a lot of this code is not exactly how I would normally do things, and I'm going to just be turning the code over to the method that I would normally use. Like for example, I mean, I had to do stuff like this. Where is it? Prefab manager, just to get things under control. Because I started to panic when I had singletons everywhere, and that's just I normally wouldn't do that. Like normally, if I needed to get access to a element, I wouldn't have to use a singleton to do that. So I at least then just lock them under iSingleton, which gave me like a sense of what was going on with that singleton. Right? And some way of collecting them to ensure that we could get proper controls over what was going on there. Okay. So for something like this, though, it's not that big of a deal because it's only one scene, right? So you'll notice there's not really much happening here. We just have this game manager here with 3 scripts on it, and then lighting, camera, and an event system. That's because the server side is taking care of loading everything else into the game. So if I just run like this, so we have data persistence here. So behind the scenes, it's logging me in. And it's just going to pull up my own information, I believe. Nope. It failed here. So we need to just do this. There. Okay. What's the problem? Firebase mono behavior. Yeah, this is useless code again. So this is one of the problems with Firebase. This is not my code exactly. This is just Firebase doing Firebase things. Firebase is supposed to have what is called the authentication errors. That's going to come through its Firebase exceptions. The problem with Firebase is that every single one of them is code failure, when they should be things like user not found. So this is part of what held me up yesterday, just trying to figure out what the failure was, because I had all of these, and I couldn't put together where this failure was coming from. The failure is simply that I put in a new username and ID today. I didn't run it yet, I just put one in, just to see, and it's failing to pick up on that there is no user found, and that it should just create an email. So it's basically failing to get here. And stopping here because the failure type is coming back failure rather than as user not found. So obviously, this is a little bit of an annoying feature for Firebase authentication. Now, the solution is we run and create. It's very annoying. Let me see, I'm gonna try it a different way. I'm not gonna spend the whole day on this again. Need to test this out a little bit, but if I spend more than 10 minutes on this, I'm just going to use the old email password, because it's not really that, or just log in anonymously. It's not that serious. Let's leave that here. Okay. Now let's try it. This should just allow us, no matter what password we put in, to create a username and password. Fail one. We'll see. The idea is there. Looks like it works. Okay. So, no, didn't work. Failed at some point. There we go. It's not getting there. Ugh. Firebase. Like, if that exception pattern just worked, we wouldn't have this problem. I'm so sick right now with this. It's crazy. We're gonna just create a new random. Where's the game manager? Interesting. It's not even getting to that part. Is that what's happening? Where are we? Did I put it before or after the await call? It could just be hanging up there forever and ever. Authorization. I put it after. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we have to use try on this. Unless we do it this way. Weird. This sworn it just did picked up on the. Sure. Mm. This isn't right. There is a funk version. Maybe I'm doing it backwards. I forgot how to set this up. Alright, well. If it comes back to me, I'll hit this again. Let's go back to... I think I've spent almost 10 minutes on this already, and I really... You don't understand. Yesterday, I was dealing with authentication all friggin' day. Like, at least I got WebGL. This is a known issue, right? And I intentionally broke this. And I could just fix it, but it will be a temporary fix. With just dragging this and then putting this over here. problem, again, is that Firebase gives bad information on exceptions. It's useless information. Because of course it's a failure, but what type of failure is it? And so the error code that we get here, you know, let me take a look. Yeah, it's giving back 1 failure. What it should give back is anything else. I don't know. I wish there was something that I could use to see what's using these, and maybe I could just change it wherever it's being called. But I legitimately don't know. You know what? We'll just do this. We'll try this. So because here's the rub. This is useless to me. This code, like, it's just bad information. I don't know if Firebase ever intends to fix that, but this is just useless information. This is just, it's all, Firebase could, the servers could have blown up or something, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't care. Like, all of these other options are useless. They never happen. Even when the situation matches it, it doesn't. None of these other options show up. It's always just going to be failure. So that to me tells me someone is either trolling or all right, let's do this. Or forgot something pretty important. This is a fairly normal pattern with Firebase. So for them to actually just forget that, hey, there are other kinds of error codes, exceptions, it's kind of crazy work. Okay. See if this works out. So basically we're going to try this. That fails. Spit out the... Probably don't even need this, to be honest. Then we'll try this. Alright, well, if worst case scenario, I'll look up exactly how this continue with main thread is supposed to work. I completely forgot. Some things are just so far in the memory. I have to, like, right, let's go. There we go. Okay. So now we can do like Jim Bob. There we go. Okay. All right. So it doesn't preserve my mass between saves or between instances, right? So that's something that we're going to also have to take care of. We need to preserve our mass because now that we're going to create the system of inventories and stores, we need to preserve all of these when we log off. Right now, the only thing that it preserves, I'll show you if I log off and then play it again. It's going to be using the exact same credentials. So it'll store my Jim Bob, and then I go back in and but it'll start me over from the very beginning, which is normally how this type of game is played. But we're going to be implementing the inventory now. So why am I even bothering showing an inventory creation? It's because we're going to be learning. This is a new approach for me. We're going to be using ECS to create our inventory. So I guess let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's get rid of this. Okay. Get rid of this now. All right, so we're going to need a couple of things for an inventory to work. We just talked about one, which is persistence of the currency type, which is going to be the mass. The other thing is going to be the other thing is going to be items. Items, the source of truth for items need to be on the server. And we need these 3 different inventory types. And all of the inventory types need to be persistent, regardless of what's happening with the player. Okay. All right, let's close some stuff. So first off, because we're in testing, we're going to be, now that I know that that pattern works, I guess we finished off this part, right? Authentication is never done, boys. Sure. Let's go to the game manager and let's just get rid of this. And it's going to default us to an anonymous login. The way that this is set up, if I just leave it blank, it'll read by default anonymous. And because we're going to be doing an anonymous, so the way that my understanding of how anonymous tokens work is that they produce a code that's usually valid for about an hour. Before when you try to log in with them again, you'll get basically nothing. This is part of what was happening yesterday, why I decided if I was going to publish this game on WebGL, it would be over WebGL, and people could get to try out the system and whatnot, which created an authentication nightmare for me because I wanted to find a way of integrating that into the same class, the single class over here. So that's the reason why this, where is it? Script. I hate when scripts end up looking like this, but kind of unavoidable. Right? Close all of this. So we initialize Firebase here. Yeah, great. Okay, here it is. So we have the WebGL version. Right. And so this should be getting called. Like we would have to make the UI and then it would show. No. I got sleep. So, and good morning, Relinquished. So we would have to make the UI if I did the WebGL version of this, and you would select each one of your different types of authentication you want. So if you chose Google, then it would fire off this, use WebGL, and then log you in through Google this way. I did not set this up yet because I wanted to take care of this issue. So to get around this, we're just going to do this over here. Unfortunately, despite how simple the game looks, if I pack it up and do a build on it, it's over 100 megs. Don't ask me why. Unity, brother. I was talking to someone else yesterday about it, and I said, take a guess what size this game. And he's like, 4 gigs. I was like, what? So I guess I shouldn't complain about 100 megs. But yeah, so I think what it is, I know that in Godot, when you do a pack up like that, the size of the package can be increased by the number of bills. Yeah. But so in Godot, you could actually produce like a game, do a build on a game, but if you only have like one build in it, which is what Godot comes with, I think it's the Windows build or something like that at the very beginning, the file size is somewhere like, I think 10 megabits at most, 10 to 15, like a game like this would probably be 10 to 15 megabits. But if you add like multiple builds to it, then, or sorry, multiple target builds, target platforms to it, it increases the size. I guess I could just airdrop it to you, Relinquished, if I really pushed it. Like if I needed it to go out, but I think I want to try to put it on WebGL. Anyway, today I'm going to be building the inventory system, Relinquished. That's including the mail system, the inventories for the players, and the trading system between that, and all this other stuff. So at top level, it's basically player inventory, player's mailbox, marketplace. Players can drop items into the marketplace basically for free. Then the marketplace, upon sale, will take its percentage cut. The next player will then have their own inventory stuff added to whatever the receipt is, added to their mailbox, and then they can just pull it out of the mailbox and add it to their account. So today, that's what I'm going to be working on. Tomorrow, the last part of this process will be an RLS. So basically, it's server-side rules that will visually lock players out from seeing one another completely. So everybody will be inside of the same server, but they won't be able to interact, not directly. Right? And so inventories, no one would be able to access somebody else's inventory or stuff like that. It would, the rules will basically make it so you're completely, effectively like a single player game, minus the so I'm using Firebase for authentication. Spacetime is the actual database. So we're using, instead of creating my own, because I have to create my own authentication process in order to get a token. And so it would just be easier because Spacetime will still produce a valid, Firebase will still produce a valid token. So why not just use Firebase? Everything else is Spacetime though. Yeah, so in effect, this isn't much. It's just Spacetime. It's just Firebase being ridiculous. I'll show you one issue. What held me up yesterday? Like, it ate my day yesterday, brother. I'm telling you, it ate my friggin' day yesterday. This nonsense. So we do a try, and then we try to get an exception. Now this exception is an auth. Yeah, I know. This auth comes with a ton of different exceptions this could be. Firebase only gives one exception. This. So even if, let's say the email... Really? Well, the point is that Firebase only gives one exception error type, one exception code for all of the exceptions. So if the email is already in use, it'll just give failure. If the email is not created, it'll give failure. It doesn't care. It just keeps giving failure. And it took me like 5 hours to realize all it kept doing, no matter the situation, was failure. So it's like, I don't know. So what I did instead is I just ignored that, and I just did a try catch on it. These are useless, like, because it never returns anything other than failure. I would just have to nest try catches on each one effectively. But yeah, Firebase shenanigans, brother. It ate yesterday big time. On the other side, I was trying to get into making a Steam and a WebGL. I got to the start of WebGL, just didn't have the energy to make the Steam one. like this part right here was just murder. Like, trying to figure out why Firebase was constantly failing, and realizing that either it's, let's call it a feature. It's a feature. That's what it is. But yeah, everything else works fine though. Like, if we put this on iOS or Android, these systems are just fairly linear. They'll just check the application. Where is it? They'll just check the application and then just log in based on that application. So if it's Android, it'll log in through Google. If it's iOS, it'll log in through Apple. Pretty straightforward. But yeah, so I'll actually show you the flow. So I think it's just easier. Let's go to the game manager real quick. So it's right here. We get the, where is it? No, this is, yeah. So in Awake, we do try login over here. And then try login, it creates that class that you just saw. This is the authentication provider. And then we do get token async on it, which is that call that you saw me working on. This is going to return an anonymous. We could easily just do this though. and we could set it like Apple or whatever, right? But that's not going to work. You're going to have to do something like email password works right now, and then you pass in like and some password, and this will work perfectly fine. Like I could log in with this, and it's persistent data. And you can go on Firebase's authentication. You can go on Firebase's console, and you could easily like ban people, whatever. It's fine. But we're going to be doing anonymous now because I'm done. I'm checked out on authentication right now. But yeah, let's the flow is we have this connectivity that's tracking stuff for us. We save the token. This actually saves it to the player prefs. When we do this, Firebase, Spacetime DB actually needs this. But it has its own internal way of handling this, so not really an issue. And then we do, when we call start game, we check if we're connected. So the moment that we do this, we will gain some level of connection. We're logged in. If we're already connected, then all we do is just run enter game. But otherwise, we have to create the builder. We pass in the token, and we cache the builder under the static connect object. And then it's important to note all of these, specifically the handle connect, because handle connect has this unapplied handle subscription applied. This is the meat and potatoes of the whole system, because once this happens, so what it does is that it snapshots the server and then puts it locally. And this is why I was talking about when you guys were asking, and you specifically, you actually asked about like latency and things like that. So what makes, besides the fact that it's ECS, which makes it about 60 to 100 times faster than normal databasing with tables, as long as it's done properly. By tables, what I mean is rows and columns. So that by itself is already pretty quick, but this is about 60 to 100 times faster on that side. But also that this information is being put into memory and on your PC. So effectively, you have the server running on your PC when you do that. And then what's happening is that when changes are happening, the server is going to communicate with that memory. So that's how things are going on. So in most cases, remember that system that I had made previously with the gets? And how I had set it up so that way, anytime that you're doing a get, you're just getting from the snapshot, and then whenever you do a set, you're just changing elements in the snapshot. That's basically what this is doing. So it minimizes the amount of communication that you're having with the server to just the things that you're trying to change about the server. So technically, that's why I was saying to them, like, you can tell it was made by a game dev, because a database guy would never have approached it that way. So it's pretty cool. Anyway, once you do the handle subscription applied, this is where it basically means that that not only have you subscribed, you've taken the server's information and emulated it on data for you. Now, this is where server rules come in, right? And this is what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. These are called RLSs, which is where we set up rules for the rows. So we're going to make it, tomorrow I'm going to make it so players can't see other players. So let me run the game. I don't know if this is going to work because I haven't even tested. Like Anonymous was working before. I haven't used Anonymous ever, so I don't know if this works. I might have to like put in an email password. Looks like it works. Okay, it works. Yeah. I don't know if it's going to preserve the anonymous. Let's check again. Yep, it preserves anonymous. Awesome. That is... I love it. That's awesome. Okay, this makes I no longer feel like as if I have a freaking chip on my shoulder. This makes development a lot faster now. It's going to preserve anonymous this way. I think anonymous tokens are good for like 1 hour, if I remember correctly. Dude, yesterday this was murking me, brother. Like the authentication, the fact that Firebase doesn't return proper exceptions during authentication was rough. It was rough. That's not something I wish on anybody. Yesterday I should have been enjoying the day. It was a holiday yesterday, and I ended up spending way too much time on that. It was a beautiful day yesterday. Okay, so it looks like actually we don't have too much to worry about now. God, that feels... I felt the freaking weight came off my shoulder when I just saw that. That's awesome. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, basically once we get to here, we've created the server on our system. So, anytime that we make a change to this data on our system, what we actually do is we're not making the change to the data on the system. We ping the server and say, hey, this information changed. The server will then ping back to the data on us. And so anytime that we're doing a get, we're just getting from our local data. And that's what makes this, let's call it 1,000 times faster than most other database structures. But that's part of why I'm not worried about latency, because it's really the set calls that have it. Anyway, let's move over to server code, because that's what we're going to have to take care of today. So there are a couple of things that we need to take a look at. One is, how is data being preserved, right, between sessions? Let's take a look at what happens when we enter the game. This is when we create the character. So first off, when we enter a game, we get the context, the name, and we run update, and we pass in the player. So what we're doing is we know that the player itself is persistent. Makes sense? But we also know that, or rather we also know that we can use the identity to track the player. Right? So how did we get this player? All right, actually, let's break down this. These are called reducers. So this is how the client communicates with the server, and vice versa. Let's break down what's happening here. The very first thing is we ping the context. This is effectively, the context is important because when we create row-based rules later on, when this comes back, it has to go through a row-based rule before it comes back to us. And so here we can get I'll take a look at it, no problem. So here, when things go through the reducer, they first have to go through their assigned rule set. So when we do this, what we're actually looking at is the context database for the, after the context is gathered, the database for the player, and then we find the sender of this context. Is always going to be the host, whoever that specific sender, right? And then we get the name that was passed in here, and then we say, okay, that player, we just need to update that player's identity. So this would make more sense if I show how it's broken apart over here. Is it? Yeah, here it is. So this is what's stored. Right? And we have this player ID, which is also stored. And we have this name. And when you see down here, when we do a connection, we create a new player. And this is going to insert basically no name into the player. It's not until we do enter game that we actually pass the player's name in. If the process is being clear now. So first we handle a connection where we technically create a player to wait for the game to go. Now this is also, we have this here where we can check to see if the player already exists. So like when you see me run the game and you saw the name automatically pop up, that's basically this, where is it? Basically, there it is. That's basically this part, right? It stops here. It doesn't go to here. If we made a completely fresh new game, it'll create this player and it'll wait for the player to get a name. Unless we like re-log in or something. I mean, I'll take a look at it. I don't claim to be a master at unitasks. So the way that it works is that unitasks are very powerful, for sure. But I tend not to use them because you can get carried away with the power very quickly. But tasks are pretty much just like milk toast for me. But unitask it's not a far cry. It's just more options. Alright, anyway. So there's some key takeaways from how this works. There are no lists. You don't make collection types on databases. What you do make, though, are inserts. So when we do something like insert, picture it behind the scenes. We're inserting this this element, this player value, into the column of players, or the row of players. So we have the row for player, and then we're just adding the next player in there. So that's basically what insert is doing. And you'll see it here also with insert. Right? How do we preserve this data, though? That's over here. So when we run a disconnect, we check to see if the player. Where is it? Here we go. We run a disconnect. First, we get the context player again. This should look normal. Like, we do this all the time, right? We try to get the sender's context to see what player they're attached to in the database. And then here we can do a filter. So what is this doing exactly? This is trying to get every single circle that matches the player ID. And this is a dead giveaway for how this type of system works, this ECS system works. We don't create collections, we create references. And so instead of saying, making a collection of circles that are attached to the player, so instead of doing like player and then making a list and then adding a whole bunch of circles to the player, instead the circles have a player ID on them. And so we can reference the player ID to get the player. And so we know that this circle belongs to this player. This is the basis of this database ECS system. Okay, with that hack job of an explanation out of the way, let's make some stuff. I'm trying to develop, this is all new to me, but I'm trying to develop a pattern where I store my structs at the top of the code, and then I make the reducers at the bottom. Right? And so this is effectively the core of our game, so we want it at the bottom. And so we work our way up in this way. And then I want to put all of my so like all of my tools. So these are math. This is like the math database that I've been building up. So over here we have our vector 3. And this is how we handle vector 3. So we just create like operator overrides and stuff like that. Right? And so the server knows how to handle normalization for this, magnitude, and so on. Right? We have our implicit operator. Thing like what we would normally do for any other vector 3. Like if we're creating a math database, we have to do stuff like this in C# anyway. Can't speak to every language. All right, so let's start off with doing our item. So we're going to make a partial, or rather a public struct, public partial struct. Oops. And we're going to use, so we're going to make this a spacetime DB type. It just tells spacetime how to treat it. You'll see it's used over here. It's, sorry. So then we do a public string for the item's type. Yeah. And then public for the metadata. Again, this is all, this Spacetime DB is basically new tech. So this is all, you're learning along with me right now. I'm just approaching this like how I think it would make sense, and from the exposure that I've had to it so far. Right, so now once we've had this, now we just need to make a table for our inventory. So there's not really much by the way of resources on how to learn this stuff. I can't really point to anything. It's just poke until you get something. Inventory. And public, we're going to make this true. Right? So public partial struct inventory. Okay, so with this, we're going to want to give it a primary method of identification. Right, so let's go primary key, and we're going to make this auto. Did we do this? Yeah, auto and public uint ID. Right, and so now we're going to make this. The next thing is we have to make this cross-referenceable. So what I mean is we need to be able to tell SpacetimeDB, hey, this is a reference that we can use across different trees, because behind the scenes it has its own data tree. So use this across the trees to be able to identify who this inventory belongs to. Right, so we do spacetime index B tree. Ah, whoops. Sorry, bad habit. Do I already use them? Is that what it is? No, we're just using SpacetimeDB. So let's do using. Interesting. Sometimes this happens. I'm pretty sure I use it elsewhere. Hold on. Yeah, I use it right here. I don't know what that was about then. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. It was just being silly. So then we just do public uint, and we just get our player ID. Let's make sure that we're keeping together with the player ID. Yep, okay. Oh, it's not showing? Let me just check. Interesting. Give me one sec. Yeah, give me one sec. Here we go. Okay. This is the server side. I thought that it would automatically pick it up. I guess I was wrong. So just take a quick step. So this is the math database I was talking about before for Vector 3 and how you would normally handle it. It's not hooked in yet, so this won't work. The moment that I hook this into... So the way that it works is that on compile time, when I do a publish on the server and push to the client, because the server needs to update a base client, which is going to be the build client that gets shipped out. So that happens on publish. It's not anything like super intrusive. Well, it is intrusive, but it's not going to change anything. It just creates its own folder and then effectively creates abstracts of its data inside of the project. That is effectively just this stuff. And that's what SpacetimeDB is using to create the fake server on the person's computer. So any changes that the person wants to make to that won't make a difference. Nothing is actually saved to that. It's just memory. Okay. So this is what we just made. So first we have the type, right? Man, I have to... Okay, so this attribute, basically it just sets this as a type rather than giving it a table. It means that we can attach it to something else, or it's something that expects to be attached to something else. The table, this is going to create, basically going to create its own row. And so you'll just have a row of different inventories. Think of it like having just a row of all of these different inventories in the game, right? And we have to give them just as... For each player, they're just going to have an incrementing amount of these IDs for each inventory in the game. They're all going to be unique. Over here, the B tree. This is creating a cross-reference. One sec. So the B tree is creating a cross-reference between this player ID and this inventory. Right? That's what this attribute is doing. So this is what I mean, like the inventory, you're going to notice it's not going to have a collection. All right, well, let's continue to build it out. This is just ECS. This is what I mean, like as an object-oriented guy, ECS breaks my brain a little bit every time, but I can manage it. So
you loved her, 'cause that's what she wanted to hear, but you knew it wouldn't last for long. Not long enough at all. You said you're so much brighter. You said you're so much more. You said you're so much brighter.
I think I missed something. I'm just looking at how I... Alright. Okay. Their documentation is fairly good. It's just, ECS. Alright, let's... Okay. Okay. Sure. If you you'll be on stream. Is that? I think you'll be on stream. Are you okay with that? Okay. One sec. Let me take care of stuff. All right, opening up Discord. I think it's better to do this over, at least I've had better experiences inside of channel rather than just the direct call. So let's do that. I will invite you to... Okay. Hey there. All right. And that will be it, because I don't want to sound like as if I'm just like having a full-on conversation into the air. Give me one sec. How are you doing, though?
Give me a sec.
There we go.
I had to mute the stream so I can only hear you through Discord.
There.
Oh, cool. Everything's here. Fine, I guess. Rough sleep, but good.
Sleep is weird. I think this is just when you're when you know what the big picture is. I don't know. I got to see the light, you know? I got to see the light before I get my sleep back. I think that's what it is for everybody. The light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, that too.
So let's get back to the STB. All right. So ECS is crazy. I can tell you that.
Why is it necessary though?
Because this is just how the database communicates, right? So the payback from this is going to be speed.
Speed.
We're communicating how computers like to communicate. That's what ECS is. So the payback is no latency, effectively, or minimal latency. Lots of efficiency. I don't want you guys have already spent way more than enough time making sure that the game runs efficiently. You don't need anything online adding to that, right? If anything, this should probably even make the game run faster since we're using ECS to get your data.
I don't see how that will make anything faster than what it already is, but compared to, you mean like something else?
Right. Well, I mean, so for example, when you guys are pinging data, instead of pinging data, let's say like you have let's say you have your inventory now and you open up your inventory. Do you have it right now in
Yeah.
the collection type?
Yes.
Right. So instead of
Oh,
having
that's what you mean. Yeah,
right.
That's what you mean. Yeah, I
Uh-huh.
get it.
So now we just need to create. So we're just going to create the different inventory categories. I'm just going to copy paste
Collection.
this.
It's just lists all the way down. Oh god.
It's hold on, let me do this. Yeah, so I don't ask I it's rough to explain this part, but effectively this every time that we're going to be this part looks confusing. Once we actually add in the I think this part will make more sense once I add in the reducers. Item. Okay. Oh, we were right here. So now we're going to create the marketplace. Let's call it market listing. And it's following a pattern that should be pretty obvious, right? We're going to do this. We give it its own increment, and then we want to create for the marketplace. We don't need to really create any static reference to it because this is just going to exist for everyone. Everyone can see it. So we can actually treat it kind of like it's its own player in that way. And we can say public marketplace. All right, let's call it listing ID. That. And we want to store in the so in this case we're going to want to keep the seller. So when a person goes to the marketplace, they can see the item, the seller, and the price of the item. So we want to add in the public uint seller ID, which is going to be a player ID. Let's actually put that there. And the items that are being sold, public item, item, and we're going to need the price of that item. So public uint price. Right? And so effectively the way that you have to think about this, or the way I think about it, is every time that we add something to the market listing, we're using this part to define those things. if that makes sense. Similarly, like with the inventory, every time that we do this call over here, insert, to add an item to the inventory, the item gets added, and then we can just reference the inventory to find the player ID that that item belongs to. Right? It starts to make more sense. I guess the more that you just physically do it. And finally, we're going to make the mailboxes. That's one word. Public partial struct. So again, this should look fairly familiar. First, we do this. And now we are going to create an associated value. So we just can copy this. And in the mailbox, we typically are going to have a message and probably an attached item. So we can just do public string message. And the item that's going to be attached in the mail. So we can, might be null. There might be nothing here. So we can do public item and just do that. Wrap it in a null and item. There. This is the core principle for our marketplace in data.
Okay.
Okay. Tomorrow, there is one other thing that needs to be added, but I'm going to do that tomorrow, which is to create row rules, which again will lock players out from being able to see one another or interact with one another. It'll effectively become a single player game for each one, but they'll still be able to trade items. Okay. So now let's make it make sense, right? We're going to implement the reducers. So the first one is we want, in this game, the way that we're going to allow people to get items, or allow me, because I'm going to be playing it, to get items, is by gobbling up entities. So generally speaking, when you gobble up another circle, food, or player, you get mass. The mass in this case is going to be currency, so you can spend mass to buy items, and you can just place items there. So we're going to create a method to try and get these items, right? And add them to like the inventory. So let's do it down at the bottom. Bit weird because I build upwards for this, and then I build downwards for this, but it's making the most sense when it comes to this structure right now. Okay, there we go. So as with the case, we mark it off as a reducer. And we just need to, we're going to do a little bit of a refactor, but if it needs to be public. Yeah, public. Okay. Public. I think this is private. Private void. Get item. No. Right, generate. So we pass in the reducer context. So what this means is, again, when reducers are called from the client side, the server will automatically create context about the reducer, about the client. This is how the server is really parsing its own data, and we can attach rules to the context. before it comes up to the server in the reducer. And we're just going to get uint player ID. Let's put a little. Okay, so first we are going to create an RNG system for this. Our RNG is going to be equal to think. We can just do ctx RNG. Yep, there it is. And then we can say if the RNG next is less than 0.25. So we're giving ourselves a 25% chance of this happening. Yeah. So we probably, for now, I'm just going to make these items super generic. Oops. And in the metadata, we can put when we got this item. This is just an example.
Sometimes I believe that apples are like the core that keeps math and coding working. You have one apple, then you get another apple.
CTX. And so we can timestamp this built in and then do ticks. How it works? Or can we just do timestamp? I think timestamp is it. There's nothing more. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay. So we can just do timestamp. So there we go. Now, we can add as much information as we want to this process. We just need to go back up to item and then make changes there. If we want to add more stuff. For right now, sorry. I think that this is
You get
fine.
an apple.
Actually, let's do this. Oops. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So we have a 25% chance of dropping something that has a value of 10, an apple, right? And so now we've dropped it, but now we need to insert this into the inventory of the person who item belongs to. So we can just do ctx.db inventory insert, and we can just do item. No, we have to do new inventory. There we go. And so we just do the player ID. And the item. I think that's it. Pretty sure that's it for the inventory. Everything else should be auto-generated. Doesn't work. Double check. Yeah, that's auto-generated. Okay. Right. And I guess we can make a log for this just in case. So this will just log. This would let me know on the server what's going on the console. So log info. So player. Yeah, let's use the player ID. There we go. Oh, whoops. Static. Okay. So that's the first one. We're going to have to make some changes to the code above to incorporate this to happen when we to make this happen when we gobble up stuff. But right now, we're just going to move on to the next reducers because I think I need the big picture. The next one is going to be the ability to store the item on the marketplace. So this is how it's going to go down. Static. Get that this time. This is going to be public. We want the player to be able to get it. Add, I guess just list items for sale. And we need do that there. And we don't need the player ID. We can just use inventory ID. Right, so now we just need to find the player. So var, and you've seen, I could just actually just go over here and get it. Just to show that the code is very, very much. And then we want to do something similar with the var item. Because these items are not being created out of nowhere. We're pulling them from somewhere else. But in this case, it would be from these. We just do it through the. Nope. Okay. That would have been too convenient. What to do? X. DB inventory. And we can just do find. We need to do inventory. Ah, there we go. I should change that identity. Whatever. All right. Find, um, and we're going to find the inventory ID. Or, yeah. All right. So now, we just need to make sure that nothing is null. So if the item sorry about that. Different things are popping in. So here we'll just throw an exception for the server to let us know. Fantastic stuff. Right? And so now we need to do, we've set up the conditions. We're safe to move forward now. So the next thing that needs to be taken care of is we need to actually insert this item into the next column or the next row and remove it from the row that it was previously in. So to do that, we just need to get the marketplace. So we can go CTX, marketplace. What did we name it? Listing, right? Market listing? What the
Marketplace listing. Just look it up.
heck? Where is
I
it?
do that all the time as well. Don't stress over that.
Market listing.
Market
Yeah,
listing.
it should have worked. What the heck? Context. Right? Maybe because I didn't save it.
Hmm.
I did something wrong. What's going on down here? Get rid of this for now. Let's figure out what's something going on here. It could just be I need to close and open because this stuff is a little bit annoying with that. Look, it's true. Table name is equal to market listing. True. Interesting. Interesting. What's going on here?
It's a. Is it because it's a static void?
Maybe I made it private. Is that what it is?
Nah. But no, but it comes from the context. Nothing to do with the yeah.
It's public partial struct. Public partial struct. Inventory is there. Item. Mail. Mailbox isn't there either.
It's weird.
Maybe I just need to restart. I'm gonna just close and start this over again. The IDE. It gives me errors, or not errors, it gives me issues sometimes with the solution. Try it again.
Is that Visual Studio? What is it?
Yeah, it's Visual Studio. Double check. Hey, Nepal, how you doing, man? Kidney stones. That's painful. Sorry to hear that, brother.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it looks like everything's showing. All right. All right, let's see if this is working now. Mail? Yep, now it's there. Okay. Market listing. I think I just need
The
to.
stream is stuck. The stream is stuck to the other screen though.
Oh,
Do you use workspaces or something like that?
I just, you know what it is that I didn't set this up. I have rules.
On what gets shown?
On for how it should pick up my IDE. So, one sec. I think I have to just do this, and it will show.
If the rules brought you to this, of what use was the rule?
Interesting. I see. Okay, that's accurate information. There we go. Yeah, I just need to make it. I never normally use. Well, I mean, this is obviously server stuff, so I never usually do this stuff. So it's not, the rules aren't set up for it. But I'll set them up today. I didn't expect to be doing server stuff. I thought I was going to take care of it yesterday, but yesterday was authentication stuff. Yeah, no, kidney stones are rough, brother. The only thing I could suggest is probably
Loads of
try
water.
to get minimal invasive. If you need to have surgery, then keep it as minimal as possible. Because everyone that I've known that's gone under the knife has never left it very happy.
They do break it with sound waves these days, don't they?
I don't. Last time that I recall about it, they broke it with lasers. They burned it apart or something to that effect. But maybe sound is where it's at right now. I don't know. I haven't been keeping up to date on it.
Yeah, me neither.
All right, so we just need to do an insert for the new market listing. Same process. So okay, we already caught the item. So in this case, we're going to make it so the minimum value that the item can be listed for is is going to be based on the item's value. So you can't list something for less than 10 right now. Apples are all 10.
Hmm.
Wait a sec. %50 of the value. Yeah, that's a better idea. Okay.
Excellent idea.
There it is. Oh, whoops. This is new. I can't. Oh, no, we did it right. Let's take a look at what's going on in the inventory. I completely forgot how it's set up now. Inventory. Okay, so it is the item. Gotcha. And then the item itself just has these three properties: item value. Gotcha. So it should just be item. Gets the value. Ah, okay. Interesting. Nullable type.
Is
I,
it item.value or item.item value?
that's what I'm looking at. Item. There we go. That's what it was. Okay. So I see. So that's what it wants. Okay. A little annoying. Can't do that. They're uints. Okay, good enough. All right. So now we just do seller ID. It's going to be equal to and the item. Now that we know what that is, item, price. But we also need to remove it. This one's much easier. It's just CTX. Delete and just delete. Okay. Oh, ID. Yeah, that makes sense. Otherwise, we'd be deleting the entire row. That's funny.
Yeah, that would be funny.
All right. So then we just do reducer. Public static. And with this one, we want to be able to buy items off the market. So when we buy, the process is we buy something off the market, and we will exchange the amounts. The market is going to take its cut, and the results on both sides will end up in the mailboxes. Right? That's the idea. So let's, again, this part isn't crazy. It's just the reduce context CTX. Cool. We don't actually want the inventory. We want the listing ID. Right? So we need a few participants in this. We need the buyer. We need the listing itself, which there's only one, so that's fine. And yeah, it's a little bit tricky. All right, let's try it. Let's just type and see where we. So it's just a typical stuff. We just need to find out who the sender is. Player. We can just tap the CTX and sender. That should get us. Oh, you don't use the player ID for identity. There we go. Then var listing. Going to be, just need to find the actual listing. No. Okay, that's good. That's good, Nepal. I didn't know. So what are those? Is that like a pill? I can imagine this basically a jackhammer into a jackhammer into your gut.
A group of people like stone breakers. They come to your house and break your stones.
Yeah, they come in. They come in. They have their motorcycle gloves, and they're like, "Yeah, we're the breakers."
Who's the patient?
That's good. It sounds like you got a good doctor behind you. I remember I had an accident years ago, horsing accident, and it messed up my bladder, messed up the groin just altogether. Just it was really painful stuff, but it was surprising. So first because it messed up my back also. They said they prescribed Flexerol and ibuprofen, which worked. It allowed me to sleep, but then um it just wasn't like, yes, I could lie down again and things like that, but I still had to get up. I still had to function at some point, right? And I knew at all the times, despite everything, that the pain was still there. Um, I went to one doctor, a urologist, who subscribed herbs, an herbal. I'm trying to be precise. Give me a sec. I think it started with an R. It was some kind of herbal medicine that it did some crazy stuff. I'm not going to get into the details, but basically it worked. Like the swelling and everything, the back pain, everything just went over the course of like a month. So the weeks and weeks and weeks of pain, just over time, just you could noticeably um feel the relief, and it was just great when you bump into doctors who don't immediately try to dope you up. That's the best. Oh, listing. So we want to throw some exceptions. So let's do that because yeah, that's fine. Uh, Interesting. Do that.
How are you gonna test this?
I'm gonna make a UI for it when I get back to the client side.
Ooh, yay, UI.
We don't need this anymore because we'll return an exception. If we try to throw an item here, inventory ID is bad. Just say the inventory found. That's what's happening. Okay. Um, okay, so now let's go and let's do var fire So now we have to find this circle because the player itself, I don't. Let me check the player script real quick. I don't think the player knows its own mass. Does it? It should actually. Center of mass total. Yeah, the player has its mass. Where's it getting its mass from? It's getting it from the entity. So actually, it's a circle. So yeah, we need to tap the circle. So the buyer is going to be equal to, the buyer is going to be equal to, let's call them buyer circles. Going to be equal to cx dot and we're going to get the one with the player ID, filter it. I'm going to filter it by the buyer player ID. And then we can just add that to list.
So sorry, I have Unity PTSD. All those finds and filters, do they take time?
No. This is the database, not this isn't Link.
Yeah, I know. It's still
No. No, so okay.
assuming a huge database basically is what I'm saying.
No. This is how ECS is set up, where what we're looking for, how do I put this? What we're looking for is chunks of data and how many times we have to throw out parts of data or parts that we are getting misses on the cache. Right? And so the premise behind it is by sorting out our data where we store, where we make arrays of that data, we can, since all of the data is similar, we get less misses as we filter through or as we do finds through, which means that then we don't need to pull from memory each time to get to that data. Right? And so because just dealing with the cached data is faster than pulling from memory, even if you're filtering, it's still going to be like 100 times faster than what would normally be the case if we were doing object oriented. If that makes sense. I might be butchering it.
Yeah, I'm just used to thinking of these things in a very like linear time execution kind of thing. But I guess that's not how that works.
So it's not, even though the information looks similar to Link, it's not Link. Right? So if you want to, you can look at it like this. Once we actually make an insert, SpacetimeDB handles the logic of that insert by placing information that's similar to one another next to one another in cache. So when we do a where, when we do a filter, it's kind of like we're doing a where call, which is still super fast, and we're just doing a direct comparison. But because we're not getting as many misses, there's still a chance for having misses. Nothing is 100%. But because we don't, we minimize the amount of misses by maybe, I think, if I remember correctly, on like a small, it's exponential. So actually, the bigger the array gets, or the bigger the collection gets, the less chance that you're going to get of having misses. versus like, oh gosh, you could look up some videos on it. Actually, where they explain it. They do a visualization of it. Actually, it's pretty cool. And they show what happens when you have to do a miss. Then the CPU has to stop, go down to memory, and then because it doesn't know what is next, it's just going to pull the next piece up until it finally gets the hit for whatever it is that you're trying to look for.
It's fine. Don't stress it. It's fine. I
Um,
understand.
oh, okay. Sorry. Um, I'm just like doing. I feel like I'm doing a crap job explaining it.
No, it's okay.
um, it boils down to that we're doing what the CPU wants. Okay, so now we're going to do. We're converting this to a list. And we just need to check if the list is all right, and then from here we can just throw a new exception. And does throw work? Yes, throw new. There we go. Exception. Fire. This as. So basically, this means that the buyer is dead in this game's terms. Um, okay, so now we need to find the exact entity that is responsible for the buyer. So we can go var buyer. Cool. Going to be equal to txt. Cool. I think it's entity. And then we just find the buying circle index 0 entity. All right, because as you eat circles, those circles, like in the game, as you collide with the food, they get added to this. So if I eat another player, then that player is added to my list of eaten players effectively in the server. So I could always just go back and check what other players have I eaten and how many times I've eaten them. So we just need to know the mass and get the listing price. So if the buyer equals mass, oh, oops, buyer. Buyer, we have to do values. Value, there it is. Wait, I think I need to, yeah. Entity. Entity has it. There it is. Okay, so I get you. Just do this. We can throw this exception here. There it is. So now if the buyer circle at mass is less than the listing price, then we can show throw exception not enough. Okay, So that's all of the prep work that's needed for this. The next part is the actual exchanging stuff. So the stuff going into the mailbox, going out. My brain a second to compute. Okay. All right, let's mark this off. So let's first come up with what the fee is, which we said was going to be 10%. And we're just going to take the listing price and then multiply that. Um, 10% fee. And leave our seller gains equal to listing.
I'll be off for a minute or two. Need
thing.
to get a package from the door. Yeah.
Sure thing.
Be right back.
Higher. Cool. Mass. Minus the listing price. So this is the actually a very important part of this. When we make the changes here to solidify that these changes happen, we need to call update on them. Right? And once we call update on this change, once we call update on this part, the server will effectively, I guess you could call it serialize the data. So we can just do ctx db entity and the buyer circle. Nice. Okay. So next we need to put the item in the player's mailbox that just purchased it. I'm pretty sure everybody's played a game where they do something like this. But this is basically just it under the hood. Yes. So we do ctx db mailbox, and we want to do an insert, and we're going to do view mailbox entry. Entry. It's actually an entry. No, let's leave it as mailbox. Yeah, let's leave it as mailbox. Right, so hopefully this is becoming clearer. Effectively, each one of these structs that we're making is a new row. Well, sorry. The name is a row. The stuff in it are items in that row. So every time we do new mailbox, we're just adding an element into the row. So next we need to just do the player ID. It's going to be equal to buyer ID. Then we can do the message. You bought quad. And we can just put in the listing item. Item type. Actually, there, that's informative enough. And so then we just attached item, listing, item. Beautiful. And the rest of this should now seem very familiar. We need to, after inserting, find the seller and then credit the mass, and then finally we're going to delete the item from the listing. Uh,
Back. How does the multiplication of unsigned integers work with, like, when you do listing price times 0.1 there?
Hmm?
How does that work?
What do you mean exactly?
Like, does it work as if it was a float and it just, can you just multiply it like that? As in, the result is not going to be 0, right?
So you mean like if the integer originally was 0 and then you multiply it by like 0.1? That's what you're asking?
If the initial, if the price is anything and you multiply it by 0.1 and the result's an integer, like that integer is going to be 0.
Okay.
But like, how does that? I understand that's not how that works in this case, but how does it work? Will it actually calculate a regular integer at that value, at the proper value?
So from what I understand about uints, well, first off, I don't believe they're doing anything different with how uints are handled, other than that they are, I think Unity is what? Uint, I think Unity is 24. These guys are using 32, I believe. But outside of that, the rest of the functionality would remain the same. So I believe internally. Actually, can we just check? Let me see. Where are they? Need. Yeah, it represents a 32-bit unsigned integer. So
Okay.
this is system U32. So they're still just using system U32, uint
Yeah.
32. So we can just check that. So let's there we go. Represents the multiplicative. So what's happening with usually these are at the bottom. Um, there you go. Wow, they put a lot of thought into this.
Yep.
Where are you? It's usually like static bitwise. All right, let's do a search. Like a very large class operator. Operator bitwise. Comparison. Vision. Okay, here. Yeah, it's just the left divided by the right. It rounds it, does it? Is that what it's doing?
Yeah, it's the rounding is my issue basically.
Modulo operator. There we go, multiplication. This is straight multiplication. Left and then right.
Yeah.
So it's executing on OP multiple. Or rather, it inherits a documentation. I multiply operator. Defines a mechanism for computing products of two. So it's going to be using. What does that one? Hmm. Okay. I understand basically what it means to say. So it is rounding.
Stack Overflow says it's fine.
Yeah, but you bring up an interesting point, though. Maybe I want to be a little bit more safe about how I approach that patient. I mean, it would be nice if everything just worked that way, right?
Yeah, my main issue with doing something like this would be how the rounding works, so that you can actually control which way the fee goes. You know.
Well, I
If
mean,
it's
it'd be pretty simple. We just multiply it by 10 and then divide it back by like the divide that by 100, the 10 by the 100. or the result of that by 100. Right? That would be the that actually is probably what it's already doing internally, though, is what I'm thinking.
Could be.
I mean, it would make sense. That's what they were doing. You know what? If this is going to work, it should work. Worked in the past. I'm not gonna worry about it. If it gives me a problem, the server will ping me. I'm not worrying about it right now. We could probably just do something like mathf min or something like that on it and set it to like 1. But I get what you're saying. That's a valid point.
Because you might want to have things like minimum fees. You might want to have things like that. You know. Might. We don't need to look into it now, but
Sure. I mean, sure. That's not an issue. Write that in later.
yeah.
This is just to get this type of system working, so I can, because I need to tomorrow. The point of this,
Yep.
the point of this is for getting the RLS system working. So I need this system working first, then I can test RLS tomorrow, and then when we talk to the guys tomorrow, I'll be able to say, yeah, this is how it works.
Or they might have a whole thing ready, and this is pointless. You know.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to have an idea anyway. We'll see.
Okay. So we need to. So we. What were we working on? We need to credit the seller, is what that right. So we basically need to. We're not going to give anything to the seller. Because they already would have. Yeah, they would already. No, we actually have to give them their.
Their price, their mass or whatever.
So we already gave the seller their mass here. We need to actually.
Yeah.
We need to actually give them that. You know what? Let's keep going. Let's first let's give them their receipt. GTX DB mailbox insert new mailbox. And so we're just going to say the player ID is going to be seller. Where's the seller? Oh, we didn't even get the seller yet. Is that what it is? No, we don't need to get the seller because the listing has the seller. Remember.
I was about to say, yeah, the listing should have it.
Yep, there it is. Okay. And then we just put a message here. And the item chain is right. So now we have to, so we can actually list this instead. We can actually just put this all under mail. Now we can put this part under credit. Okay, so we need to find seller's circles because we kind of have to do what we did like up here. Seller. Let's do that far. This seller. CTX. Circle. And we're just going to filter it by the doesn't this already? It does return, so we don't need this. I think we do. Yeah, it's already INU. So for actually these are circles. Sorry. We get the entity. Just need to get the circle. Right? And so if entity for you don't need that. Do actually no, listen. Want it to pass through. Don't want errors to show up. Because there's different reasons why an error could show up here. We could have, let's say, the player is directly eating another player. That would then make this null, and we would get an error. So we don't want to do that. If entity has value, var e is going to be equal to e dot map seller gain. Good. Oh no, we still need to update. So we just do ctx data db entity eid update, and we just need to pass it e, and then we break. right? Because we only want this to apply to the first circle. Right? Now, why did we do it this way? Because we put all the failure points up here. So by the time we reach here, transactions have happened. We're just going to run through it. That's it. All right. So that's basically it. We have one last step, which is to delete item from the listing. Market listing. Listing. Big method, but done. That should be working. All right. Only now that you've brought that up, the only thing that I'm worried about is this. It shouldn't pose a problem here because you already know that the number is big enough that this is just going to return the 1. But I need to think for a second. The minimum value that you were talking about. Originally, I was thinking you store the value on the object. And is it in games, do you recall, do they like limit you? Like when you drop an item in the marketplace, is it a thing where they say, hey, you can't put an item on the marketplace for like 1 gold? Like the item is worth like 1,000. Do they like say like this is the minimum amount of gold that you can have transactions with?
No, I've played online games like big MMOs where you are allowed to put any value you like. Like even 1 gold, even if it's worth 100,000, you can put a listing for like 1.
Okay. So I'm gonna get rid of this then.
But stuff like that usually gets abused. Because it's basically free trading. It should be like you can leave it as is for the purposes of testing, I suppose.
Yeah, you guys will let me know like exactly which direction you want me to
Yeah.
go with this, I think, down the road. Or actually, you could tell them because I think they're going to be involved on this side. Or it
Yeah,
might be us.
there's quite a few parameters in here that I'm not exactly like I need some info on this to give you like a definitive answer on how it should be handled that I don't have currently.
Okay. Well, this should be just functional for the purposes of doing trade between different players.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just one point that will need some attention down the line. That's it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So now we actually, this is great. We have the tools necessary for making this. But we need to be able to actually get these items. If I remember correctly, our way of getting the overlap is in here. So if we are overlapping, then we want to extend this a bit, basically. So the first thing is we want to add a trigenerate. This is the part where we probably want to add. Right, and we can do X, pass the CTX, got original. And the circle. Right, and then over here, we could also do trigenerate and do the same. So now we've hooked in method of getting items. Now on the way that this would work is these items, this works. This, if we touch an enemy, there's a chance that we'll get an apple, 25% chance. Regardless. Right? So if we touch food, there's a chance that we'll get an apple. If we touch a player, there's a chance that we'll get something off of the player. Now I understand that in the game you guys don't have it set up that way. You guys have it set up like at the end of the situation, and then like specific enemies at a specific point will give you the certain things. This is, I guess this is like the harder version, I don't know, of that, because those are kind of like just straight up, hey, do something, and that's, we have a lot more control over that. This is kind of just like as the player is doing stuff.
Yeah, this is actually more dynamic than what's necessary, to be honest.
Yeah, that's the word, dynamic. So if we can get it done this way, we can surely get it done the other way easily. It'd be
Yep,
adaptable.
definitely. Definitely.
Okay. Feel like that's it. Feel like that's it. Just double check this. This is letting us on the server know that this happened. So I'll be able to read console, see what the server is saying is happening. I think we're done. We still need to make the UI for the mailboxes. And I'm going to be completely honest. The UI, I'm going to be jackhammering that. I am not adding any finesse to it. It's just going to be something that needs to get done. Oh, don't judge me too harshly. Okay, I think this is it. I feel satisfied. If there's an error, we're going to find it later. So I don't know if we need.
I'm gonna judge you on the quality of your UI. That's it.
You see what I mean? It's fine. All right, let's do this. So we're gonna save this, and then I just need to open up my console real quick and publish this. PowerShell, where are you? Awesome. Publish. Was the publish successful? Looks like I got a Reddit. There are code gen module inaccessible. Oh, so it's just warning me. I mean, it should be inaccessible. Uh, so like you see how we set up this constant here? We could do that for like other things that you might want to have like minimum price or stuff like that. You know what I mean? That's not a problem. Where is it? Private. Right, let's try it now. Hey, what's going on, Nick? Is it early? Oh, it is. I did start pretty early. My bad. Okay. You are sure you want to publish to a non-local server? Yeah. This will destroy. Okay, awesome. So now the server has been updated. I believe I just need to update the Unity side for the client. Then, but uh, you missed how to set up a online marketplace, Nick. I decided to remake the Five Nights code base. Okay, I feel you. It happens. Sometimes you need to take a step back. For sure. I get access. Nope. Okay. So just to need to go back a couple steps. There we go. Okay, so now we're in the Unity client. And in the Unity client, I think we need to call a generate on the Unity. But yeah, so it's basically just one of those systems where you can put your item on a marketplace. Somebody else can see it and purchase it. I'm just not finding this thing. Publish. They did that. It's gonna be one of those things where I'm not seeing it. Like I must be passing by it like 50 times. Oh, found it. Okay, here we go. FaceTime error. Let me bring myself back over. There we go. Okay, beautiful. Ugh. I use .NET 9 on my computer normally, so I have to be like in the local space to get access to it. A little annoying. Okay, I think we're done. So Unity should be updated with the new server code and the server. Okay. So we need to go to the game manager now. And so let's switch back over. So we're done with server code, hopefully. Knock on wood. And now we're back on the and so we just need to go here and do con dd um, I think I might need to restart. Let's get rid of that. Might need to restart my or maybe even restart Unity. Oh, I need to let Unity compile. I mean, I used the player controller from the marketplace. So buggy loaded that I decided to factor it. I removed like 500 lines of code and still added support for stuff like UI. What? What do you mean? You mean like the player controller was controlling your UI? Or do you mean something else? Five Nights at Freddy. That's basically like a. I would imagine if you're making a Five Nights at Freddy game, the oh yeah, no, there's a lot of UI related to that. That's true. There is. Like looking at the television, You know, it would be pretty cool if you made like a reverse Five Nights at Freddy, where you are the thing that's scaring, and you kind of gauge yourself, or you can win. Your winning factor is based on how scared you can make. Oh, it does. Oh, never mind. Hey, probably means it was a good idea, I guess. Um, Also, Nate, here's a couple stars. Scratch your gambling itch. Get my tributary bomb. Nice. Okay, back to work. All right, so let's see if it loaded up, if it actually loaded up. Reload. My solution has to reload on Visual Studio. That tells me something happened. Awesome. Okay, so let's see if it's there now. Con B. Yep, there we go. Inventory. So dot on insert plus equal. What am I doing? Mailbox. Oh, did we make a way to pull items from the mailbox and put them into the inventory? Let's take a look at the mailbox real quick. You can put items into the mailbox. We did not make a way to put items from the mailbox to the inventory. Hey. It's fine. You just need to get it to the mailbox. We're okay. Market listing. Oh, okay. Um, Next is now we need to give it how it's supposed to handle. We do updates? I don't think we do. I think we only do update layer entity. We're basically only handling inserts and delete. There you go. Let me guess what you're sketching. I already told you though when you did the sketch that neither one of us understood what you were really trying to say. um uh, I said if anything at the very minimum you have a talent for that type of art. So I remember saying that or something to that effect. So that's your calling, bro. Uh, you know that and let's just say animals. Okay. Not furry, not yet. Inventory on insert. All right, so let's make these callbacks. Let me just copy them. So these are static calls or just right? Oh, they're static. Okay. And they need to take in 2 parameters. At context. Awesome. Okay, close though. The boss was just a cake, was just cake. But the guy decided to draw Cake Dragon because the game is cakes and dragons. And that's fair. Very fair. I when I used to play D&D tabletop stuff, there's a certain types of players you always bump into. Besides, the min-maxers and stuff like that, you always bump into, and they're always going to pick the exact same class. The bard who decides that it's his life mission to prone bone the gold dragon. Come hell or high water, and they don't care if it's about giving or receiving. They just want. that's that's their
It's a
whole
noble
MO.
cause. It's a noble cause.
Oh, there's always that one guy. If you play D&D long enough, you're gonna bump into them. Okay. Right. So basically, this is cascading logic, right? So go here. In this case, though, we don't really need to know about all the inventories, all the players, and all of the entities. Right? So what we can do is do public what was the last one? Inventory, mailbox, oh, the market. Okay, and for each one we can just okay. Right. So when we actually subscribe the data, where is it? Over here. We can do something. Where is this? 8th is also. Okay, good. Let's make a method for this. Do it here. Let's do it here. Break it apart. So inventory.
Arte, I'm gonna be off. I got some stuff to do over here.
All right.
Okay.
Talk to you later.
Um,
Cool having you around, man.
if you push this, let me know if it ends up working the way it's intended to. Like just.
Sure thing. I'll hit you up at the end of the day.
Yep. Thank you very much.
All right, take it easy.
Have a good one.
Do stay safe. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So That's what it is. Controller. Okay, we can do that. What the heck? Close enough though. The boss was just a cake. Because the game is Cakes and Dragons, they remove the fun out of the game themselves. I mean, I don't judge anymore, dude. Like, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. They are folks on a mission. Spawn. So spawn inventory, spawn the mailbox, and spawn the market listing. Right. Now, what was the last one? The mailbox. So this is what's typically called a factory pattern. Pretty useful. Right? Should solve most. But there is still one error. Okay. Looking pretty good. So now here, what we can do is we can just go mailbox, initialize. And we pass in the CTX there. And then we can do the market listing controller. Initialize. Also pass in the... Oops. And finally, the inventory. Okay. So this is going to need the player. Yes. Well, let's open them all up back. Because we're going to need them all anyway. Right. First thing is first, we're going to make them all I singleton. And that means that they're going to have no, we don't want to do that. That's going to create a problem. We'll just do it here. That's going to create a problem if we do it there. Sorry. Okay, we're good. So we have our singleton pattern set up for this. So now we can just do this. Okay, that's one pattern. Okay. I think this is bad. What I mean is, I think what we actually want to do is not this. One sec. One sec. What we actually want. Game manager. Okay, so this needs to go. Right? We want to do it after we do enter game. Which player on insert is where we want to go to. All right, so anytime that the player loads into this character, we're going to just immediately fill the entire code base up. Or the entire listing up. So we can do something like I forgot. Let's take a look. It's over here somewhere though. I just forgot if it's a static call. Oh, it's a private. So we need to make an insert and do we need this? I don't think we do. I don't think we do. I don't think we do. What am I doing? And I don't think this needs to be a subscription event. I think this should just be event context. The reason why I don't think that this needs to be this is we can make a version of this where the information that we get is right off of the server in a pattern that is CRUD. Right, so I don't think we actually need to worry about what the server is doing here. Insert and delete. Right? I think we can get rid of that.
Giving up, letting go. Times we might feel compelled. Looking down from the heights that we have built all by ourselves. And there is fear of the unknown, but we cannot lose control. When we feel like the world is against us. Do we go? Is a question to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing off our balance? Cannot take it to the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something bigger than ourselves.
Let me run this some code. I'm going to test this out real quick. So public Oh, we don't need that. Yeah, I think this is good. We can probably even get rid of this and make this static. Right? And then internally instead, what we can do is yeah, we can also get rid of these. Internally, what we can do is just get the local player ID. Alright, and we can just player controller. Since now we have that method that we just made. Local. Alright, local player. Consistent. Have it there. Right. Then from here, now we can just tap. Yeah, from here we can just, instead of doing a 4, we can do 4 each. not contour. And we want to filter. Is filter even a thing? Does not contain a definition. Surprised filter isn't a thing. Where? Maybe it's iter. I need to look at the documentation real quick, I think, or 1 sec 8. Maybe it's not iter. I'm pretty sure it's not iter. What does iter do? Doesn't say. Filter? So iter creates or returns enumerable? What? I don't get it. Hmm. We don't need to do that. I don't think we need to do that. Let's think about what we're doing. We're getting the inventory items on the row that is for the player. Then we just add that. Or, yeah, like that.
Letting go, times we might feel compelled. Looking down from the heights that we have built all by ourselves. And
So this is good
the unknown, but we
for like a small inventory. But if we have like thousands of items in our inventory, this is going to get problematic.
try to find ourselves without the defining words. We can
The alternative is what I was doing previously.
only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves. We must reach for.
Which is to cache the inventory over here. All right, let's do it that way.
That we must reach into the infinite. That we must
Brr.
into the
At least we know how to do it this way, right? It's nice. So let's actually just copy this. Technically garbage now.
Now which way do we go is the question to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing off our balance? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves. We must reach for.
All right, let's change the name of this.
That we must reach into the infinite.
And we're just going to do that. So just pass in the event context. So we can do instance. Let's do clear. Right? And then when we want to do an insert, so this won't be necessary later on because we're going to create server rules that will prevent this from sending callbacks to things that are unrelated to the row, namely players that are just not attached to the row. But for the purposes of just testing this out, I'm going to do this here. Tomorrow when I implement server rules, we can probably just get rid of that part, or even altogether just this. Because when we do the iter here, it's just going to only be this. There we go. So now we have our first database inventory. Of course, we don't have like icons or anything to represent this. You'd have to like create the scriptable objects and stuff like that, I guess. Right? But we could easily make a method, something like public static sprite get icon and just pass in the string item type. Right? And then we could just like do a Can you do that? Guess not. But yeah, something like that, and we would just tap into our scriptable object database for the icon that matches this item type, and then we would just get the item icon from that. Right, but we probably wouldn't do that. I mean, we could probably do that as like one of the access points, but we'd probably want to have like an icon database or an item database, and we would just go like item database and then run the exact same thing, get icon, and then pass in the item type. In this case, we have the item type, but normally we would have stuff like already written in on the server side for what these items are about. Okay, I think that's it. As far as, I think that's the architecture we're going to go with. Right, and it's pretty much just the same thing going forward for everything else. So let's just copy this. Alright, that looks good. But I'm okay with using link here, because this really only happens once in a playthrough. But over here, it's just a much faster call. Okay, I think we're good. I think that's it. Right? That should basically be it. So let's look at the game manager real quick. Game manager looks like it's not angry with me right now. It's always nice. Okay. Actually, we don't need to worry about this. Sure, can't do it that way. awesome. But the handle's slightly different. Wonderful stuff. I think this is it. I think we're good. Awesome. Okay, that looks good. Game manager. So with mailbox, we do care. Mail. This we don't care. Awesome. Okay, that's awesome. All right, so the data side is almost done. We did forget something. We forgot to put in the method on the server side. for transferring items from the mailbox.
When it is cold, but my heart's colder, I will wait for you. The bitch in your arms pulled me under, but I will wait for you.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I have to... You guys don't see when I'm working on this. One sec. There we go. Let me actually save Fly Inside, just in case, and compile it. Check for any errors. We have no errors. Awesome. Okay. So we have to make one more method here. So one more reducer, we'll call them. They're called. This is going to be how we claim items. Right? Like when we get something in the mail, how do we claim that? This is it. Static. And we need the context, reduce our context. What are we doing? Is that a thing? Oh, that's the whole tape. Never mind. Oh, for a second. Yeah. Difference. X sender. So if the mail player ID doesn't equal player ID, then we throw a new exception, and we're going to say you don't own this mail. right? So, and then from here, it's just the typical stuff. It's just ctx pp dot inventory. And then we just want to insert this. The new inventory. Do that. Right, so we just need to set its player ID. Player ID, and the item being the mail item. Value? Yep, there we go. Okay. Awesome. Alright, and then we just need to delete it from the mail. So ctx db mailbox id dot delete. And mail ID. And that should be it. Not sure if I need to approach sanity break right now. I feel pretty good. I feel like I could keep going on this. I feel like I can keep going on this. I'm pretty sure I could. This feels alright. Are we, before we leave and update the server again, are we sure we're done with everything? There's really only 3 transaction types, right? Right here, we add these items for sale. For here, Okay, this looks good. I don't know. Do I? Yeah, I think this is good. I don't think there's any other angle that I haven't considered yet. It's just going to come down to testing it and then seeing what the server says is a problem, if there is one on this side. All right, let's do it. We should probably log into the server. No, I think I'm still logged in. Never mind. Yeah, okay. So let's get PowerShell running. Okay, so first we do a publish. Yes. Yes. And we will then generate on the project path. Okay. So now we just need to go to Unity and let it compile. And I think that's it. So now we just need to make the UI part. So this is the part where I need to ask, do I need to make a sanity break or should I continue? See how long we've been at this. Where's the stream? There it is. We have been at this for 4 hours. I still feel okay. Yeah, let's do some UI stuff. Right? It would make no sense if you saw me spend all of that time putting code together and never actually did anything on the UI to show it working. First things first. We need to log into memory that we need to fill these 3 out. Right? Because we will forget and then we'll bump into a null ref. Right? Since this is a UI situation, we are going to grab our prefab for our canvas. Drop that in there. Okay, and we will add a new panel. And this just needs to be, I guess, we can make this like here. Let's actually do it like this. There we go. There we go. Let's make it a little bit smaller. right? And then we will add in our UI. Let's add in another panel. And we'll call this our item slot. What is this one set to? 500 by 100. So let's go 500 by 100. The item slot will be 99 by 99. Let's add a component to this. Horizontal. There you go. And content. There you go. Okay. And if I do this, there we go. And we can just adjust this a bit, give ourselves zero. There it is, padding. Awesome. Okay. So now we can just do a text, because we're just going to put the names. We just need to put the name and the amount, because we have no images right now. Okay, that's the first one. Right? So we can actually just get rid of these. Okay, so the first test is just going to be, we're going to keep attacking enemies and just watching to see if these numbers change. If they do, we're good. Okay, so hey. That's weird. No, we're in the right assembly. What's the name of this again? Item slot controller. Item slot controller. I'm done with you, brother. Public. Get rid of this first. There it is. No, this is... Oh, that's why. Open it. I know why it's... Slot. There we go. Um... Oh, sorry, my bad. Good catch. Sorry about that. There it is. No, that should be the right one. Oh no, that is the wrong one. My bad. Yep, that's where I am. Sorry about that. I didn't do too much. All I did was, basically I just changed the names here. I was running into an issue where I accidentally left this one as UI on this side, because that's what I originally named it, so that was it. Thanks for the catch. Okay. So now I need to so I'm debating if I should use an event or if, because I am using singletons is not my own pattern, it's the pattern of the devs that used up SpaceTimeDB, or used the original model for SpaceTimeDB, and they love to use that. So I've just been following along, but I'd feel more comfortable with events in this case, for like just dealing with informing the UI. So I think we're good here. Do it this way. Let's make the best of both worlds, right? We can do something like this. Did I spell it wrong? Oh, there we go. I don't think we need to go this route. Thinking about it. So, if we have 10 apples, what I'm thinking is we stack those 10 apples. But if we decide to sell 5 of those 10 apples, how will the database know which 5 of 10 apples are the ones that need to be going back? Right? So, what that means is we could just take any random 5. It wouldn't really make much of a difference, I think. Or do we need to track the actual inventory? I think we can just take any 5.
There's one downside about living in the center of the UK. It's the highest rate of radiation on this tiny, pitiful rock. And the fact they never tell you that when your hair starts to fall out with radiation poisoning, it's a secret within you. They'll never tell you that you're not cold.
Or maybe we go back to the server side and we add in a parameter for stacking. It comes down to exactly how detailed that we want this, right?
Send help. They're all dead.
This, at the end of the day, is just a representation. You know what? Let's start from first principle. right? And we're going to, instead, we're just going to make a dictionary here. And let's call it stacks. And new dictionary. It's going to have a list of the items. Right, because this, at the end of the day, this is just representative. It's not the actual data. Okay, so then we say the item if the item, then we continue. Right, and so now the key is going to be equal to the item type. Right. So if this doesn't contain the key, then we have to make one. So item stacks keys is going to be equal to new list item. Otherwise, we just do item stacks key add item. Right? So this is just our collection, and now we just need to update the UI. So let's make an integer to count this. So for each actually, let's just do the item stacks all together. Right? So these slots are already here. Right, so we're going to say if I is greater than slots.count, then we just break. And then we can just do var slot be equal to slots. And let's name this something else, stacks. Right? And then we'll select one item out of it, since all of them are the same, to represent all of them. Right, and then we can now do slot dot set item. We just need to implement this in a second, and we can pass in the representative item. and the item dot count. Right? And we can clear for each. Can actually do this if I is less than slots count. Oh, we need to actually I plus plus. Then we can do you know what? Actually, we could do it this way. I haven't done this one in a while. 4 and that I is less than count I plus plus. Just do slot. Okay, we just need to implement these two in slots now. So set item display and clear slot. So it needs to take in the item and a count. Yeah. Okay. So now we just need to tell this to update. So where is it? Inventory. There we go. Okay. Wow, that was a lot of coding. Let's test it. Well, first, let's make sure our UI even looks right. We need to do something with this, I'm pretty sure. We need to, yeah, over here we need to add some logic. I can look at Mass Tracker, I think, to figure out what that logic was again. Okay, good enough. So we just need to actually make these. Let's do that. This is not a canvas, this is just a empty game object. We'll call this our inventory. Should we do this here? Yeah. Let's do it. And we can call this one our market controller. And we'll get that. Ale will get that. And inventory, get that. Go over to here and just turn all of these into prefabs. Then we go back over here. There we go. And now we can just delete these. As far as the canvas goes, pretty sure we don't need to see this at the very beginning. Right. We don't need to see that at the very beginning. Oh man, you know what it is when you work in Godot long enough, you kind of feel like you forget how Unity wants to do something. So like in Godot, what would happen is when I instance this, it would ping down through the children. In this, there's no such benefit. So we have to find fancy ways of letting the inventory know that it should activate itself at a certain point without turning it into a singleton. Alright, let's do it this way. The solution is pretty obvious, right? Gotta make a new manager. Alright, so what are the members? It's... The one that we care about is the inventory, so let's just worry about that. Okay, good enough. Alright, what are you crying about now, Unity? Ah, right. Oh, we don't need to do that here, actually. We're good. That would be done down here. Oh, I forgot we had this. But we can't make use of it, though. That's annoying. What was this thing called again? The items inventory controller. There's a part where we want to turn the visibility off. Where is it? Over here. Okay, we just need to remember to set this. So that should do it. And we also need to set that back in the prefabs. manager. So where is that manager? Game manager, prefab manager. All right. Let's go here. And let's apply this. Now there, we can delete this. The game manager prefabs needs to just have that added back. Let's change the name of this. There we go. Okay. Let's save. So what should happen? I don't know. Find out. Oh, actually, one more thing. No, let's run it. Let's see what happens. Prefab manager, object reference not set to an int. What object are you crying about? Inventory prefab is not set. Public inventory. Okay, so we forgot to set those. But we did. I did, it's right here. What is it? Where is it calling it? It's calling it from here. Oh, I see. Yeah, we gotta do this. Oh, my mass is going up, but the UI isn't updating. Why not? It is displayed. Let's check the server logs. I want to make sure that we're not getting errors on that side. Creating a player, spawning food. No, not giving me any errors. Database initialized. Yeah, it's not giving me any errors. For that. It isn't giving me any problems right now. For apples, any sound. Yeah, I agree. Let's do some debugs. See what's going on. But yeah, hopefully it's on the Unity side if there's a problem. I don't wanna really be bouncing around like this. Where is it? There we go. So let's start from the controller and see if this is even being called. Technically, it's possible because there's a 25% chance that I ate all of those and the chance just never went off. That's a possibility also. So we said false to that? What does that mean, false, Jen? Interesting. I'm confused. Okay, no, this makes sense. Actually, I think we can just get rid of changed altogether here. That was over-engineering it. To our detriment. All right, let's go up a couple steps. I think it's very clear that this thing is not connecting properly. Alright, how do I handle this part right now? So we know that pointers. Let's look back at the server code. There has to be something on that side because it's part is not adding up, right? So what I mean is, wait a second. Where is this thing? On update, entity update. What is it doing on update, entity update? Handling the position changes. Yeah, let's take a look at the server code. I will flip this. There we go. Okay, so the part that we care about is down here. Move to players. So we know that we're getting to here, because we're seeing the mask get added. So the problem is happening inside of try generate item. We must have forgotten to do something here. RNG. EX, RNG. Oh, I think we just forgot to add it to the player. No, we did it. We did it right here. Inventory insert. And then we pass the player ID. This should be working. The CTX TV. No, we call update over here. Pretty sure. So let's do it over here. I'm not sure. We shouldn't have to do that, I think, because we call insert. And so the insert callback should be working. Unless this player ID is incorrect. No. No, it's fine. It has to be fine. Because this is the player ID that we get from the context over here. I'm so confused. We shouldn't need this here. Let me see my logic over here. Maybe I just forgot to save. No, it's saved. As far as the insert logic goes, you know, I'm just gonna put it under everything and see what happens. I have this sneaking suspicion that I, like, wired things incorrectly. Because stuff happens when you party naked. This thing. So I have a feeling that I might have crossed the wires accidentally somewhere. Inventory on insert, mail, insert, market on insert. Whatever. Inventory, insert, mail. Oh, it should work. Try running it. Yeah, it's not even... Is it possible that it's a timing issue? It could be that I'm racing against... What the heck? So I'm looking for the console, not so much even the update here. And the console isn't even picking up on that. It's inventory. It's always just some weird thing that I would have forgotten with this Spacetime DB, I swear. Like last time it was because of a timing issue where subscription had to happen before I made a call to something else. This time I need to make the attachment before the subscription happens. So maybe we need to secure that it's actually hooking in before subscription. Maybe. Try generate item. Like, it would be nice if it gave me an error, at least on the server side, right? Like, I'm gonna run a log one more time. And, yeah, I don't see any errors. It's just spawning food. Interesting. I don't know. You got me. You got me, Space-Time DB. You beat me up on this one. Holy cow. It's acting like we're not getting here. Maybe it's this? I think it's this. Returns a random floating point number. Yeah, this. There it is. What did I have originally? Of course. Okay, we found it. Oh, man. Of course, it would never drop because the chances of it dropping were like 1 in a billion, basically. With the way that it was before. Or a trillion, probably, because it's negatives. I think that's it. I think that was what was causing it. I just need to run a publish on this, and we should be good. Pretty sure we don't need to do anything with the client. Like, we can just update this and not have to worry about the client now. Okay. So now we can just go back and run it now. Are we getting informed now? Okay, stuff is happening. Awesome, stuff is happening. So what is it crying about now? Argument out of range exception. I is... What? Oh, that's why. Whoops. 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 Oopsie dokily. There's it. There it is. We forgot to make this. Did I do it already here? Nope. There we go. Actually, you know what? We're just gonna lock it to 5. I don't want it to completely crazy like that. So we're not going that deep. We are not going that deep. Okay. There we go. Oh. Whoops. Well, hold on. What is it complaining about here? Inventory. What is it complaining about? Instance object reference not set to an instance of the object. Right, because we didn't make this yet. Inventory object. What are you looking for? 359. Player controller. Right, okay, so the player controller isn't there yet, so it's crying. Is that what it is? Added item apple. And then it's crying about that. What is it? So it knows that we added the apple. So this is a good thing. Like, we know that the server is now communicating and it's saying, yeah, you got an apple. Which is fantastic. This is a just logic issue now for us. Oh, derp. Okay, we got you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're all invited to go fucking mental on this motherfucking drop. The countdown has just begun. Are you ready?
Ugh, whoops. Sorry. Okay. Okay, now we have to get rid of this. There we go. What other issues did we have? So this one is claiming that something is null here at line 359 on the game manager. Okay, so I'm gonna just switch OBS over to the actual client side, because we don't need to worry about server side anymore. We know the server side is working for now. So we need to figure out. Okay, so it's right here that's crying about stuff. So my question is it crying because it's saying that the player ID doesn't exist yet? Is it capable of doing that? I guess it can. I guess it can, right? So the only way to keep it secure is to pass through the player. So let's do that. Where's the game manager? There we go. Right? So the problem is happening here, I believe. It shouldn't. But let's do it here anyway. Inserted player. Oh, there we go. Okay, so let's just grab this. And just set these up. That one doesn't need it. Mailbox. Inventory. Okay. So if we get another issue with that, it's going to definitely be something that is... This one doesn't really care about the inserted player, so we can just... The other two do care. What are you crying about? UI editor. This is just Unity doing Unity. Alright, hit me with it. What else is there? Unity decided this has nothing to do, as far as I know, this has nothing to do with anything that I'm doing. Cool. So it did populate the apples properly. Looking at that, UI was not updated, but now the UI is updated. There we go. There we go. It's a little hard to see, so I'll make the screen bigger. Okay. I think now is the part where we need to take a sanity break. And this data should be persistent. So let's go back out. Unity is giving me issues, so even Unity wants a sanity break. I'm pretty sure. Let's get rid of some of these debugs. Alright, we're going to leave these because when we go to test these later, yeah, okay. So this, I'm going to just run it one more time. It should be persistent. As far as the 3 errors that I was getting before with scaling, I have 4 errors now. I have no control over this. This is just Unity doing Unity things. Like, there's literally nothing in the scene, but it wants to be nuts. Let's clear this. So let's just run this and see. Hit me with those 4 errors, please. Because... Alright, and... So it won't actually update my UI until, there we go. But you can see the data is persistent. Right, it stored my 50 apples from the last time. Awesome. Whew. Let's take a sanity break. So I'm going to, when I come back, what I have to do is build the store UI. And the idea is I go to the store UI, I press Q, which will then open up the store UI. It'll freeze me where I am, so my character won't move. And then I can just press plus for the amount of apples that I want to store in the store. Then I'll log in on a different character, go to the store, and then purchase those same items back from the store. Right? And that's how I'm going to handle that. But for now, we need a sanity break, for sure. That was a good job. We did good. There was a little bit of some ups and downs there, but we handled it. Thanks, guys, for joining. If I do stream the rest of the process, I mean, I don't know if it's interesting to stream the rest of the process, but I'm probably going to be taking care of it later today when I actually eat breakfast for, 1 o'clock and I haven't touched anything. So, yeah, I'll talk to you guys later. If there is a want for me to stream the next part of it, I'll do that. Just let me know. Take care. But there will be a stream more than likely tomorrow of me doing the server side rules that will make a lot of the stuff that we did for like blocking things moot here. I just did this for debugging. All right. Wonderful day, folks.